not. Uh, nice nut. It's pretty good nut. Thank you. Was that cashew? It's not almond, is it? I feel sorry for whoever comes in and reads it. Don't worry, no one's coming. Anyways, man, I am so fucking ready. Because no one's coming because you already. Okay, yeah, you know, fair enough. I am so ready. I'm a little worried about how this will turn out because it's technically copyrighted music, but a lot of it is covers of copyrighted music in a video game. So I don't know if this will get like taken down or anything. But yeah, I'm gonna load up my PS2. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And this can turn off. Alright, audio is working. Maybe a little too quiet. So yeah, this is the PS2 version of GH3. I may or may not have been playing ever since I got the adapter. So I may be better than what I was when I first had this thing. However, I'm still ass. Is it even in the thing correctly? No, yeah, that's in there. That dude's fucking dead as shit. Just have the song, but also playing something like monkey spinning monkeys. Vanoss loud as fuck. That's an option. That's an option I could do. However, yeah, I think I'll be fine. I will be locked in for the most part. So, I tried to get GH3 Deluxe to work on my PC ever since I got the guitar adapter on Monday. I just straight up could not do it. It would not load at all. I know that Boat did Clone Hero, another friend did it, so there's a chance it might get muted. Perhaps. Well, to be fair, that's also Clone Hero, where, you know, the legality in that game is a lot more. I don't know. Oh, might not get muted? Oh, okay. Alright, yeah. But what I plan on doing is just like the whole hard mode in one sitting, or at least try to. I need to see if my whammy's even working. Okay, yeah, it's working. Let's enter a cheat. Nice. 2? Nah, 3. Actually, you know what? Maybe 2. Alright, what should we name the band? You guys want to start a band? Let's start a band. It's like a 50-50. It depends on how you fuck the coin. Yeah, I guess so. Let's do Ball Thieves. Shit. Ball. Can I fit Ball Thieves in here? I knew you stole my balls. Look, man. I've been doing this for like 3 years. You should have known by now. Oh my god, I can fit Ball Thieves. Let's go. Yeah, guys. You guys should check out my band. We're like a pretty cool, like new hardcore punk band. Oh yeah, what's your names? Ball Thieves. All right, let's get started. Yeah, he stole mine while I was on COD. No. Oh wait, that was another thing I forgot to do. Widescreen and progressive scan. There we go. So, from what I learned watching Asai, is that Casey's the only person that has like a dark fretboard, so we're gonna go with her. He dropped them, tripped on them, and replaced them with sandbags. That is untrue. I replaced them with buffalo ones. Totally the same thing. You'll be fine. I think. Potentially. He says as he's filling up sandbags. He's just sand everywhere. I got bull balls. Hell no, that's worse than blue balls. No, it's just misspelled. I'm sorry. I hate. I don't like this song, so I'm just gonna get it out of the way first. Oh my god, there are pants. We are performing for pants, guys. So, weird thing about that I've noticed playing GH2 the past week. There's something, I don't know if it's like me. It's probably me, to be honest. Strumming in this game feels really fucking weird. Like, I could load up Yarg and I'll be fine. If you don't know what Yarg is, yet another rhythm game, it's pretty much just a rock band, but like Clone Hero, but rock band. Also, whammy doesn't work here. Oh, no, not whammy. The tilt. So I have to manually push the thingy. It works. Ooh, fuck it up. Ooh, fuck. You're fucking it up. Stop it. Stop. I remember when I would play this game when I was way younger. My mom didn't like that I used the whammy to get more star power. And then she would go like, "You're making this song sound weird." I'm all like, "That's not me. That's the game." I don't know what to tell you, Mom. Fuck. I don't know, maybe one day. Could you imagine if I did like a karaoke night but in Yarg? Cause Yarg has a vocal support. I could load up a rock band chart in that game. And I could use my mic. I could just do karaoke night, play Guitar Hero, and use the vocals at the same time. I think that'd be fun. I saw a side do it, and I was like, I want to do that. I suck at Guitar Hero though, but I want to get better. Oh, hi, PJ. Hope you're doing alright. Thanks for the alert. I appreciate it. We're getting this fuck-ass song out of the way first. Fuck! Get spooked? Thoroughly spooked. Hello, Grim. Hope you're doing alright. Ah, fuck. I don't like whammy in this game. Or at least on my guitar, because it's stuck, it flops down. So I have to pick it up from my playing position. Is the song done yet? I still like how I'm performing for Pants. I think the Pants are having a good time right now. I wonder what causes that. What the fuck is your crowd? Pants. I don't know why they're pants. They're just pants. Don't look at the top left. Anyways. It definitely did not say that it was saving. Oop. I still hit it. Did miss, technically. Shit. I also had the PS3 version ready as well, but the strumming felt somehow worse. What? Who said that? That's so weird. Hit me with your best nut! Oh god. Shit. I'm good at this game, I swear. I swear I'm good at this game. Oh, I have 19.6k points. No. A lot of my things don't work, and I should fix that. Sure, let's go with talk dirty to me. Talk dirty with me? Question mark. See, chat. I want to get parasocial. Oh, they do work. Never mind. I thought they weren't working today. Okay, this pisses me off. Because I'm hitting that, but it doesn't seem like it's registering. Might be the wiring. It could be the way I'm strumming. No, it's not. I don't think it's the wiring. I gotta touch you. I'm gonna touch you. Strum game week? Probably, actually. Hello, 911, I would like to report a crime. What? That's the lyrics! That's the lyrics! I swear it's the lyrics! That man's here. Oh god. Please Please tell me I wasn't the only one that saw the guy in the window. What? Oh! Oh no! They're floating in the background! Oh, I love PS2 jank. I feel at home with this jank ass PS2, quote unquote, PS2. There's a possessed guy at the window. No, I think it's a possessed pair of pants. Oh god, it's all pants! The pants are back! God! I love the floating pair of pants. Oh. You know, I think it's funny. This is not her guitar, but it's here. Like I could probably just get it. You know what? Let's get Casey her guitar. Not gonna lie, stream helping me chill out. Oh no, yeah, for sure. I'm glad that you were able to come. I appreciate you coming by and stopping by and chilling out with us. Where is her guitar? What the fuck are these guitars? I want this one, low-key. Oh, hell yeah. Costs just as much as it does in person, too. Jesus Christ. I was so royally peeved earlier. Oh, man. I don't think I saw it yet. I saw some messages in that group chat. I can't legally say the name on stream, but you know what I mean. Where is her guitar? Is it a finish? Satan and the Seven. Satan and the Seven. Yep. I think it's a Les Paul custom. I can't even afford it. Alright. Slow ride. I wish there was a way for me to show my inputs. But you guys can also hear my controller. So I don't think it would matter that much. Oh goodness, the broken people. Yeah. They're fine. You know what? I think I would be fine if I was a possessed pair of pants. Guys, would you let me if I was a possessed pair of pants? Asking for a friend. Also, is the game too loud? I could turn it down a bit. I could turn the. You know what? I think it's a little loud for me. I could turn it down after this song. I really wish tilt would work on this. Nice. Trying to get down by like 5. See if that works. What the fuck? They want an encore? What the? Sure. A little bit of another tea. There we go. Damn, the cops buzzing it down. Wait, are the cops the same models from like Tony Hawk? Fuck, the cops are here! Scatter! Fuck. Wanna suck a cock all night and get this all in my face. I wanna suck a cock all night. Sorry? Who said that? What'd he say? Man, I don't know. What did he say? Wanna suck a cock all night and get this all over this. Wanna suck a cock all night and get this all over this. I'll stop. Fuck. best viewers on streamboo.com. Remove the space. And ban. Oh, remove the ban. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Well. You removed my ban. There we go. I didn't think it would. Honestly, I was kind of hoping that it would double ban him. That'd be kind of funny. Could you imagine you get banned by the moderator, then you get banned by the actual streamer? You're double fucked there. Thanks. Yo, we got sponsored. And we got $2,140. With the best viewers. I already have the best viewers. I don't need more. The fuck? I just appreciate that people come by to begin with. Totally a real PS2, guys. I swear it's real. All right, now we can get her guitar. I think it's a Les Paul custom, and then it has a different finish. Like, I think that's it. How do I change the finish? There we go. Now it's accurate. All right. What do y'all want me to? What would y'all guys want me to play first? Got Mississippi Queen. Got Schools Out. Sunshine of Your Love. And Barracuda. Barracuda? Okay. Barracuda's low-key a bop, though. Nah, you know what? High-key jam. Hot or not, chat. One or two. One or two. Also gonna find some medicine. Had this dry cough for a bit. Oh god. Yeah, get something for your throat. I wonder how many people have been getting sick. I thought I was getting sick for a while. I had like some friends, my streaming friends, were also getting sick as well. Fuck. Fuck. I'll be honest, I'm just cat jamming the entire time. Ah, shit. My hand slipped. Okay. Nice. Honestly, vibe with that woolly mammoth guy. No, that dude. Okay, I have a little theory. The bassist and drummer are gay. Hear me out. It's a dumb theory. It's mainly because he's wearing a drum cymbal shirt. Like they low key gay with each other. Guys, we should go to like a park or something. What would you do if you saw like Mordecai and Rigby in person? Like, what would you do? Personally, I would stay the fuck away from them. I asked that because the song was in fucking regular show. This is when they drank the fucking clam fucking oyster hot sauce thing. You know what? Let's go further. The lady is a beautiful trans lady. So true. And the lead singer is Arrow Ace, and also super autistic and has like a bunch of vinyls, and just like wants to do a shit ton of cover songs with his bands and friends. Dude just has like a shit ton of vinyls in his room. Mayhaps even make him a trans man. Maybe. I mean, I don't see why not. Speaking of autism, weird segue. I know. I remember playing Repo with some friends, and I was like, I am not vibing with some people. I'm gonna play something else. And it was just straight Guitar Hero. And then Dustin called this my autism game, and I'm like, shit, you right. What kind of toys did the boys find, huh? What the fuck? Alice Cooper. People we don't vibe with? Oof, got one of those. Oh shit, who? No one that I really know exactly. I'll be honest, I met that person just like last night, and I was immediately like a very bad first impression and like dismissive, and I'm like, I do not vibe with this person. I don't like this. Oh yeah, was it compliment or was the question towards me? I mean, the first time was a compliment you. Oh. Schools belong to Eastwood. But yeah, it was like, it was just kind of weird. They said something that made me like, go like, I don't know about this guy. And then they're like very dismissive and just kind of straight mean to someone. And I'm like, what the fuck? I had like a sibling moment where I was like, no one's mean to this person except for me. If that makes sense. I was like, I don't know about this guy. I don't want to be here anymore. And then I started playing more Guitar Hero 2. I played Guitar Hero 2 yesterday, actually. It felt a lot more better than I thought it would, to be honest. I like Guitar Hero 2. And now I kind of want to mod my PS2, wink wink, nudge nudge, my quote-unquote PS2, so I could play Guitar Hero 2 Deluxe, because that is a pretty cool mod that I want to try out as well. Who did bears earlier? Fuck!
It's getting it dark when lights close their tired eyes. Assuming with you, my love.
No way, the crowd is different this time. They got the same outfit but with yellow stripes on their sleeves. The fuck? I never looked at the crowd, to be honest. I mainly look at the fretboard or highway.
I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going in the sunshine of your love. I'm with you, my love. The light shining through on you. Yes, I'm with you, my love. It's the morning and just we two. I'll stay with you, darling.
Oh, they are the same person.
I'll stay with you till
The fuck?
seas are dried up.
Oh wait, are the pants still here?
I've been waiting
I just caught a glimpse of them. The pants are still here! Yeah!
shine of your
The best fans never leave. And they're still pants. Oh wait, no, they got some arms now. Hello? They grew arms. Nice. I'm glad. I'm glad they were able to grow arms. They're mutating.
the light shining through on you. Yes, I'm with you, my love.
It's like a fish. They eventually grow limbs.
I'll stay with
Well, if you believe that, of course.
I'll stay with you till my seas are dried up. I've been waiting so long. I've been waiting so long. I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going in the sunshine of your love.
I think they either had Clone Hero or Guitar Hero. At a con I went to recently, which was cool. Oh, that does sound pretty cool. Oh shit! It's the funny! Hold on, I gotta turn this shit up. It's the funny. Let's go. Y'all recognize this instantly. The not loud. It still got it anyways. You know what? Fuck you. Eat shit. We unfortunately won't be able to hear the song much. There we go. Should I just play the full song? Would you guys want to hear the whole thing? What do y'all think? What do y'all want? What do we want? The actual full Tomarello song? Food? I want food. I need a shit. Anyways. Oh, sure. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Oh shit. Play cat videos while you're gone and get your food? No. We're gonna play the song instead. Here's Yarg. First I need to find it. Where is it? Tom Morello. Here. Oh wait, shit. This is on my keyboard settings. There we go. My bad. Y'all hear? Shit. I forgot to do the thingy. There. Hopefully. Okay, that's enough of that. I just wanted to do that just to hear the intro again. All right, anyways, let's go back to GH3. Totally real PS2. Totally real, guys. Totally real. Go make food or revolt? I already ate. I said I needed to go to the bathroom. But I can't, but someone's in there. The meme with the purple guy throwing it back makes it funnier. Also, yeah, go make food. I don't need food! I have snackies with me. Go piss outside the window? People will definitely see me. Me and my fucking baby dick. Alright. What? Huh? Alright, let's go back to the ball thieves save. What happened?
Please give a warm welcome to our lovely dancers, and don't forget to tip the bartender.
Is this a bad time that I to say that I have like a 2-incher? No. 2 centimeter, my bad. The 2 centimeter to Peter. Silence. Walking skill issue? Damn. Also, I just realized hyperspeed's turned off again. Also, song is surprisingly super topical right now. If you know, you know. Fuck. Strumming still feels weird for for me in this game because it feels like I'm strumming correctly and then I miss, or it looks like I'm about to miss. Nice, we got sponsored by Line 6. Mimi. Hello. I mean, I guess. Oh, that's what you said. Shut up, you walking skill issue. I think I read it. I even read it correctly, but it didn't register in my head for some reason. I like all of these songs actually. Except for this one, I hate this one. I'm semi-kidding. It's not my favorite right now. Oh, that was a burn-ass chip. I actually really like this song. It's also really good practice for hammer-ons. Oh. Low key jammer. Next song. Let's go with this one. Well, what the fuck was that? I need to remember that this isn't New York and I can't strum the same way. Fuck. I try to use my pinky. Gonna be heading out to the mall soon to do a pickup soon, so I go lurky. Take care of Chat Grim, please. Have fun. Have a good time. Be careful out there. Speaking of a comp, can I ban a weirdo? Sure. As long as you ask for permission, that's all that matters. I appreciate it. If my friends think they're weird and my mods think that they're weird, I don't want them around me anyways. It's gonna be a quick trip. This little keychain plushies is buy online and pick up in store. Oh, I see. All right. We'll still have fun either way. Alright, let's do Miss Murder. To my chagrin, I will do Miss Murder. Oh yeah, I actually got a new faceplate for my Guitar Hero guitar. Uh, if y'all would like to see. Will do. I sent them to the Discord before. Lebabus. I see. This. Oh God. I got a new faceplate. Here's what it looks like. Jesus Christ, the fucking image is large. And that's the guitar strap I'm using. Yummy. I like it. It's one of those like, just like eBay. Oh yeah, it's one of those like eBay. Yeah, we have those in stock. You could just have one, if that makes sense. Like it's obviously an aftermarket. Ice it? Ooh, yeah, you don't want to do that. My strumming was actually perfect there. Jesus Christ. I usually fuck with that up. I want to get better at alt strumming. I find that just down strumming helps me focus though. Damn. Not too bad. I always fuck up that strumming for whatever reason. But hey, that's my highest score on here, actually. Actually, I like Seeker. This has another one of those fast passages for me. Here it is, the strumming pattern. Shit. I just... Oh, fuck. I was doing so well there, too. It's fine, I'm still learning. What? I think I had this for the Wii. I was thinking about getting one for the Wii. And then I saw footage of it and I'm like, I don't know if I want that. Like, I do actually have a physical copy of this. Like on my actual PS2. I do actually have a PS2. So, I have a stupid confession to make. I impulse bought another Guitar Hero controller. Yes, the stage monitors are in fact diving boards. I got a Les Paul one because I was like, I like that one. And it's white and it's blank. I could sticker bomb the fuck out of it. And it was only $70. Me with my Amazon knockoff guitar. Oh yeah, the fucking Doyos. I kind of wanted to get a Doyo just so I can like get like custom parts in it. And just make it like a sleeper build, except, you know, you can still see the fucking RGB like buttons. What band was this again? I think like they got permission to use the song, but they didn't have the stems, so they couldn't. So when I miss something, it's not just the guitar. I accidentally raked my guitar. Ow. I never hit that. Maybe I'm getting better at alt strumming. We bought like hypebeast stickers and placed them on. Oh god. I'm not sure. They're similar to the plain white Wii ones. Okay, so that could be either the Hyper Strummer, like a Hyperkin guitar, or the Doyo ones. As far as I know. Ew, what? But I don't like Ernie balls. I don't even use Ernie balls. Ew. London. British. Oops. There's a specific strumming in this song that fucks me up. Let's see if I could do it better now. I am a little better at it. I think I'm strumming too fast. Even though I'm strumming to the song. Because as a guitarist, I hear the song and I want to strum like that fast. Does that make sense? Like, I think that's like the best way I could explain it. That I keep hearing the song and I'm like, I should strum that fast, but I shouldn't. Oh yeah, we get to fight Slash here. Oh wait, no, wait. No, I think that's the next venue actually, never mind. I go now, but good luck with the game. I'll be back soon. Okay. See you later. Be careful out there. Nice. Only 4 stars? Man. We gotta play the Weezer. We gotta play the Weezer song. I forgot the Weezer song was here. I thought it was the next area. Oh my god, the pants are still here! Let's go! I just looked at the crowd. Get Weezered. I got Weezered right now by me missing. Just beat the shit out of my guitar. I'm gonna make it overstrum if I keep doing that. Fuck! I got Weezered. I got Weezered, man. I'm throwing my ass back in a circle right now. I got it for Weezer, bro. Fuck. A womb check. Fuck. That's why I looked away. He's jamming out right now. He's cat jamming. This one's for the workers that are going home. Let's go. Fuck! I'm sorry, workers. The workers are going home. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fuck. Boom likes Weezer? Hell yeah, it does. There we go. Nice. Alright, let's do Paranoid. We will beat this game in one night. This game technically isn't that long, to be honest. I wonder how other people hold the Guitar Hero controller. Because I end up like just holding it like a normal guitar. You know what I mean? With like my thumb behind the neck. Like right behind the neck. Fuck. It didn't miss, didn't miss. Okay, no, I overstrummed that time. Ugh. Man. Not bad. Not bad. Finally, a song I'm older than. Wait, you were born after 2007 or 2006? Oh, you were in '06. My bad. Yeah, that's right, vocalist. Do your little twirl. I just turned 19. I forgot about that. And just remembering that people from 2007 are turning 18 this year makes me feel so fucking old. I ain't ready, man. I ain't ready to die yet. I'm gonna live forever. You're not old. You're only 30. You're only 50. What the fuck? I'm not even. I'm halfway there. I'm not that old. I mean, I guess you also just said I'm not. You're not that old. Look, man, I know a lot of people that died at 50. I'm just saying. Why the fuck was that charted? Okay. We gotta do the encore for the pants. We have to for the pants. There's a lot of people that die at every age. True. I just know, me personally, I just know a lot of people that die in their 50s. Oh, hell yeah, even flow. Is this the song that Jesus skates to? What the fuck is his name? Steezus? Style and Ease Jesus? I actually really like the song too. Staring at the track too long and my vision's warping. Dude, that happens to me a lot, actually. Even as a seasoned player from like way back then, it still gets to me sometimes. If I'm sleepy, I cannot play this game. My vision starts just to go. Shit. Oh, another thing that my eyes would do if I stare at a Yarg or Clone Hero or Guitar Hero for too long, everything looks like it's shifting upwards. I don't know why. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna see the bathroom is available because I need to go. Ow. That was my every bone in my body breaking. I could probably just put on like a random ass video for you guys. You guys like Game Grumps? I could put on like some Game Grump videos. Yep, go piss girl. here's some 10-minute power hour, I guess. Oh, I don't have that. Okay, let's not use this one. All right. Enjoy. I think I can have this in the audio. Here. I'll be back. Enjoy.
Hi everybody, it's me, Aaron, and
Wait, sorry, still learning the basics of working a camera. Hi, it's me.
It's Dan.
I've grown a terrible quarantine mustache, but it can almost kind of curl up at the sides.
it looks really nice.
It's a disaster. Today, Aaron's going to teach us how to, fly?
So I've been... What?
Cook!
what I've been working on this recipe. You know, I really love Taco Bell, and I've been missing Taco Bell, and I thought, hey, why don't I make something that's sort of like Taco Bell, but not really, at home? So I made the AM Crunch Wrap without meat, and I'm gonna teach you how to do it. It's easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 3.
And I'm going to be working the camera and check out what I can do. Eggs.
No, not no.
Uh-oh.
No, not the
Uh-oh.
tootsies. We need to focus.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Autofocus. Done.
Nice. All right, so here's what you're gonna need, baby. You're gonna need some tortillas. You're gonna need some butter. I use Kerrygold because it's very good and it smells nice. You need some cheese.
You do need cheese.
And I'm gonna use some Cholula to give it that bite, you know? But I'm not gonna make it on Dan's because Dan doesn't like the spice.
I have a sensitive Jew stomach.
Okay. And then I've prepared some little fingerling potatoes.
Yeah, these are the ones that you dropped on the floor a lot.
I was dropping them constantly. And you need pans and stuff. Oh, you need eggs.
Sure.
No!
How crazy is this? Oh my god.
Frick, I gotta go downstairs and get some chips.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
alright. Look at the size of this bag of pink grapefruit gummy bears. That is absurd. I'll try one right now. Hello. This is but one of the many thousands of pink grapefruit
Oh god. I had to make an offering to the Queldar in the basement.
The what's a Queldar?
He's the keeper of the food. But he gave me 2 bags of chips, so we're good.
Okay.
I forgot to say that you also need Ruffles, cheddar, and sour cream to add the crunch.
All right, let's start making food.
Yeah, dude. So I'm gonna cook the eggs first because I'm stupid,
Okay.
and that's probably not what I should be doing.
Okay.
So I just take a little pat of butter and throw it in there. So we're gonna grease the pan with that. You see the butter start like bubbling, but not like burning, right?
Good advice.
So the thing you want to do to scramble the eggs is just like once it starts, you're like, oh, this is warm, this is hot. You just start cracking them into and you'll get like a little cookage going on.
Oh, that's a little different than my technique.
But just crack them into the thing.
I crack them into a bowl and then scramble the eggs in the bowl and then pour that scramble into
Yeah, so that's gonna prevent the fluffage from happening, dude. You want the fluffage to happen as the yolk and the white are like separating and cooking independently. And I actually need...
Don't you ever tell me that
That's how I used to do it as a child.
I'm not bringing proper fluffage.
That's a children's way of making scrambled eggs. And I'm telling you the good adult's way of making scrambled eggs. I got some sour cream.
Okay, sour cream.
And it'll make the eggs super delightful. So then I go in and I boom, boom, boom the yolks. And then you just start gently folding and mixing, bro.
Wow.
Once you see it start solidifying, then you're gonna take it off.
Oh, that quick, huh?
Take it off the heat well, because this helps it, when the cooling process helps it like fluff up.
Really?
Yeah. And then put it back on the heat.
Oh my god.
I'm not mixing in anything right now because it messes with the fluffage. Ah!
Sorry.
Now we can reduce the heat. And then I'm gonna put some sour cream in there.
Sour cream.
Yep. So look at that. It's a nice like creamy consistency going on. It's a nice scramble. So once this is completely solidified and it's become like its own form now, now you want to start adding in the stuff that in my case, it's cheese, salt, and pepper. So I'm gonna throw some cheese in there, make it nice, nice and cheesy. Fold that in.
Now, when you apply the cheese, you just kind of sprinkle it around and then it melts in itself.
Oh sure, but you gotta help it fold too, because you want to keep the eggs moving, or else it'll become a solid thing, and you'll have like an omelet situation. You don't want that.
Yeah, I can see the cheesy strands already forming.
Yeah. Look at that.
Double up.
You're gonna think I'm weird, but I have this black Hawaiian sea salt
Okay.
that I'm gonna sprinkle on top, and it's gonna look really strange.
Wow, that does change the look for sure.
So now we got this nice creamy, and then it's got like these little speckles of black. So now we got this, right? We got a low heat, so it's not gonna solidify, right? And then I'm gonna crack a little bit of pepper.
you said I'm gonna put crack.
I'm gonna just spray some crack in here.
Man, these eggs are addictive.
They're really good. So now we've put the pepper in. All right, so the eggs, those are prepared.
I keep forgetting that I'm on camera, like
As you're doing it, yeah.
in the,
Oh yeah, no,
the
you're
other
good.
one. So I have to stop touching myself. 'Cause I keep just being like, yummy eggs. Like no one will see this.
All right, so now that we have the eggs, I'm gonna make the hash browns. So I'm
Okay.
gonna let these sit on a low heat. So I'm gonna start this up.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it on high heat and throw a little olive oil on there.
Aaron, you're like a master chef.
Bro,
When did you become this guy?
I'm always this guy.
Have you always been?
I just don't share it with the public because this is my private time. Did you see my Pikachu?
They're adorable.
Just gonna crack some salt on top, maybe
Yep.
a little pepper.
And salted with crack. Wait, is this pink Himalayan salt in here?
Yes, it is, but
The
it's,
exact kind you said you didn't have
it's
any of?
very thin.
Deceiver! So, as you know, you want to flip the potatoes wildly across the kitchen.
Can you do it?
I'm scared.
Do you know how?
Ah!
Oh my god! Wait,
Obviously not. Ah! 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 Oh! Okay, alright, well, we lost a couple, but I'm just going to eat this one off the counter.
You have to push them against the round edge,
Okay.
and then they naturally come up, and then you just catch them. So
Show
like
me.
that,
Oh! God, you're like a potato wizard.
dude. That's what people called me in high school, and I hated it. So shut up.
Alright.
All right, while these are cooking, I'm gonna make the sauce. So for you, I'm just gonna give you mayonnaise, dude.
Okay.
People knock on mayonnaise because it's like, oh, it's just boring and it's gross. But it's delicious, man. It's made with eggs and other stuff. It's got salt in it, I think. Does it have salt in it? Like, comment, and subscribe if it has salt in it.
Good. Very organic, Aaron.
Thanks.
Nice. Nicely done.
Thanks, man.
Sorry, just trying to make the mayonnaise more exciting.
And then you just blib, 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 some Cholula on top.
Mmm.
Then you just mix it up. Now we're gonna tortilla it up, baby. Just take this little flat situation going on here, put a little tortilla on it to heat up that tortilla. And since you're the mayonnaise boy, you're the one who eats bland, I'm just gonna put some mayonnaise on there. Put some eggs on.
I'm back. I just realized I didn't unmute myself. So, I should have took the time before I went to go to the bathroom to say like, hey, if y'all need to go to the bathroom too, take a break or something, get something to eat, get like a snack, a drink. Maybe you want to take a break from the stream, go rest your eyes for a bit, go ahead. Go ahead and lurk if you want. Just as long as you take care of yourselves. You know what? We'll finish the rest of this video and then we'll go straight back to GH3. Okay? Does that sound good? I think that sounds good. I have my cat. Los gatos. I wish I had my cat.
On it, man. Then I'm gonna put these little potatoes on there.
Haters gonna
But
hate.
Brownie will
potatoes
absolutely
gonna hate.
destroy my cables.
Boy, that joke
Is this
came
just
a
a
little
fucking
late.
breakfast burrito?
I believe it's from 2011.
Yeah, little outdated meme situation going on here.
This is
Oh,
a
outdated, gonna
format I
outdate.
haven't seen them do. Actually.
Ow! Then you just take some ruffles. This is the finishing touch.
You're out of your mind.
He doesn't want to be here, but I
Crack
have
them
you
on
know,
top.
fair enough.
And now, for the piece de resistance.
Wait, are those fucking-
Just start folding it over, man.
Okay.
I got it a little too
I thought these were grapes. For a second, I thought these were grapes.
hot. So
What are they making? Crunch wrap. Okay.
Blowing it right now, Aaron?
I'm blowing it a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I got it a little too crispy.
Could you blow me? I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Everything's fine. Ta-da!
Wow. And it's ready for the custard.
No, I was kidding.
Burned. Oh, it got burned.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. I can just literally just dump all this onto another tortilla. How about that?
Okay. I don't think
Great.
they've
All right,
mentioned
yeah,
this.
there we go.
Wow.
But like they actually use 2 tortillas in the crunch wrap. There's like one on top and it like kind of seals it.
Look at that. It retains
And there's
its
like a
form.
crunchy tortilla.
Oh, yeah,
It's
this
like
is-
a
Burnt it
fried
so
tortilla.
bad.
in
This is
there.
it's like a taco bowl now. You can just put whatever you want in there.
Wow, I could just eat the bowl.
And great. It's still hot, but it's it's much easier this time around. How do they do it in Taco Bell? See, I don't understand.
Because they're amazing tech engineers.
Ah!
Like I think
Maybe
they. I'm
gloves.
pretty sure
Maybe
they
that's what
just
they do.
use
They wear gloves.
like a smaller
mochi.
tortilla, like in the
Hey,
center.
bud.
Mochi.
All right. And
Hey, bud.
it's a little.
Oh no,
buddy.
mochi!
Who's a good boy?
He's a good boy.
Of course.
I love mochi.
Rhetorical question.
I miss mochi,
What a
man.
handsome guy.
All right. I've contained your crunch wrap. It's for you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Uh-huh. All right.
What the fuck?
And
Asshole.
let's see your reaction to my crunch wrap.
Ah, it's so hot.
It's hot.
It's so hot.
I just realized.
It's like 1,000 degrees.
There we
May I have
go.
a knife and fork, please?
Mochi was my nickname in high school.
Delicious.
Ooh.
They called me shrimp in high school.
Bon
Not because I was
appetit.
small, but because of my penis.
I love it.
Eat more.
Okay.
Now that looks good.
That's good.
Hell yeah.
Maybe we should get back to GH3s.
It's like a mukbang, dude. It's a video online
Did I get you a
where
comp?
people eat.
No, I saw it coming.
Don't worry about it.
I hate that word.
You don't like mukbang?
Oh,
I think it's a Korean word.
the images it conjures up are terrible. Well, Aaron, you did it.
Thanks.
You blew me away.
You blew me away.
So thank you for joining us on this first of several home editions of the 10-Minute Power Hour.
It's going to be really fun and very stressful because I have so much software and hardware going right now,
All
and I
right.
constantly am checking on it to see if it's failing, and everything's been going okay so far.
And it's right near a lot of fire.
Yep.
So, we're going to keep
welcome,
doing
Dan,
these
Dan
and
the
come up with
cameraman.
other fun things to keep us occupied
you,
during
Dan,
the
Dan the
Backstreet Boys
cameraman.
tour. And we love you and thank you for supporting us.
Thanks for supporting us, everyone. You're all lovely, and we hope that we can make more quality content for you.
I feel like I shouldn't need to shout these guys out because y'all already know. Y'all already know who it is. The Grumps. Anyways, let's get back to GH. Let's get back to Guitar Hero. That's the wrong one. There we go. The gay Grumps. I love my gays. I love when they gay and they grumpin'. Oh fuck! All right, let's go. Nice, we got another sponsor. Hell nah! Fuck you! Anyways, we're going to Alcatraz. Shanker's Island? Never mind. She game on my grump till I get kicked out because of my opposing political views. Hey, look. At least Dan isn't a white supremacist. I'm just saying. Anyways, this song has the N-word in it. They took it out for the game, but but the actual song has it. Oh my god, they're still pants. They're just in jail now. What the fuck? Like go murder children, play Bioshock. Okay, I forgot that's a choice in Bioshock 2. Fuck. And the brothers are cold. Good thing they censored that. Holy shit. Have fun giving yourself carpal tunnel. Oh, I always do that all the time. Don't forget to pack a wife, guys. Packing mine right now. It's just my hand. I'm getting better at alt strumming. Nice. Fuck. Look, I didn't miss. I didn't even need to strum that. I love giving myself carpal tunnel. The song is low-key kind of fast. Like, even on hard mode. There we go. You know what? I forgot the Grim Reaper is in this fucking game. Should I just buy him? I'm in this fucking hot ass place. It's fucking musky in here. Is that the Grim Reaper? That was a dumb miss. Shit. Could this ever happen, like in person, like a fucking concert at a prison? Can that be arranged? Asking for a friend. Like, could you imagine this actually fucking happening? You know what? I'm buying the Grim fucking Reaper. Hit the wrong key. I hit the wrong button. I don't have him, I guess. Death isn't here. Well, never mind. I lied. Anyways, this song's low-key a bop. I fuck with the song a lot, actually. I used to like Aerosmith for whatever fucking reason. Constipation. Okay, I don't even know how the fuck I missed that one. That one I do know. I almost missed that one. All right. Got one more left. Yo, can my frames chill? Well, excuse me? John Hero? What the fuck? Oh, that was the end. I forgot. Oh shit! It's him. It's that slash guy. It's the hash slinging slasher. Help! His beard looks weird. Like in this game, at least. I don't know. Something about it that looks weird to me. I don't know how to explain it. Where's his face? What the fuck is Slash doing in prison? By the way, I meant to ask that earlier. I don't know, just a little fucking weird. Nice. Easy. Easy game. When do we unlock the Grim Reaper? Or the Grim Ripper? My bad. Uh-oh. Whoa, they're gassing the pants! Leave the pants alone! What do the pants ever do to you guys, huh? Oh my god.
Welcome to the jungle.
Why is bro moaning in my ear right now? Also, why was this the vocal style back then? I just think it's interesting how, I don't know. Shit. Of course I missed that. Oh. I forgot to take this off. Get out of here. The fucking bathroom break was still there. Alright, anyways, let's see where we go next. Uh-huh. I understood that well. What the fuck was that last part? Alright. Did I get him yet? Where is he? I guess I'll get you while I'm here. I won't play this one. Maybe. I have trouble with this one too, actually. Actually, I'm probably thinking of a different song that's given me trouble recently.
Punk rock tried to kill the metal, but they failed as they were smite to the ground. New wave tried to kill the metal, but they failed as they were stricken down to the ground. Grunge tried to kill the metal.
Fuck. Me and my friends were playing fucking Repo last night, and Peachy just kept going like, chicken jockey, flint it steel, flint it. I'm like, what the fuck are you on about right now? And apparently it was about like the new fucking Minecraft trailer. I haven't seen it yet. I wonder how much I'm missing out. My friends, I have like some IRL friends that want me to watch it with them. I like that little run right there. Now, if only I can hit it. Fuck. Flitted steel, flitted steel. Oh. It's gonna take a while, actually. Was it orange? Yellow, my bad. Fuck! What? You know what I've noticed actually? I have a habit of shaking my left hand because since I actually play guitar, and like I bend with my left hand, my instinct is to use my left hand instead of my right hand with the whammy bar. I just thought it was a funny thing I just like noticed. How the fuck? How the fuck? Nice. I may like miss a lot, but I still feel like I'm doing pretty okay. Like 94 ain't bad. Or at least that's what I'm telling myself. Fuck. You know, I completely forgot that bonus songs existed. And I'm wondering if I should do any. What? What the fuck I do there? Did I overstrum? I think I might have overstrummed there. I don't fucking know anymore. Fuck! I'm stupid. I looked away for like a 1 second. How many songs left do we have at this venue? Alright, just one. I gotta start my car, guys. Hold on.
Gripping the wheel, his knuckles went white with desire. The wheels of his Mustang exploding on the highway like a slug from a 45. True death. 400 horsepower of maximum performance, piercing the night. This is Black Sunshine.
This is a weird car commercial. fuck? What the fuck is moaning in my ear again? What the?
Finally, nothing moves. High noon, blacktop rolling below the asphalt drive. A concrete fascination, scraping the edge of nothing. This is black sunshine.
Shit, my phone's dying. Hold on real quick. How's it good? Chip. Hmm. This isn't called a personality, right? I think that's next venue. Holy shit, the pants are still here.
Well, you heard about love giving sight to the blind. My baby love caused the sun to shine. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy. Now I love my baby, my heart and soul. Live like I was little, never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy. Yes, I love my lady. She's long and lean. You mess with her, you'll see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm her little lover boy.
I'm low-key vibing with the song.
She's my sweet little baby. I'm that little lover boy. Yes, I love my baby. Heart and soul.
I've always had the soft spot for blues.
Will never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy.
Uh-huh. Alright, fine. I guess you're cool. Oh, hell no. This is gonna suck. I'm actually surprised I got that green snake. Or the fucking... that long ass line of green notes. Close enough. I love tremolo picking on actual guitar, but on plastic guitar, it hurts. I'm not as good. Normal guitar, I'm actually pretty fucking fast at trem picking. take me alive. It's got to make things right. Fight for our rights. You and I must fight things right. It's gonna take me alive. The time has come to make things right. You and I must fight for our rights. You and I must fight things right. I love that song. Oh shit. I need to see if we have the Grim Reaper now. Where is he? I'm sad now. We don't have the Grim Reaper. What do I have to do to get him? I suck at this song. Oh fuck. I was gonna say I did better at that intro. No. I think I did just about as the same. Ooh. Fuck. Oh, my arm. Man, that actually hurt my right wrist. strum. Fuck. Not terrible. I overstrummed there. God damn it. I don't know what game made me not trust hopos. But whenever I see like a hammer on a pull-off come up, I still strum anyways, even though I hit it. Nice. Oh, my hands. I was not expecting to get 5 stars on this, actually. Nice. Ooh. I knew it was coming too, and I still fucked up. Fuck. Not my personal favorite in the game. Yippee! Holy shit, the girls are fighting. No! Stop fighting! Anyways, here's a banger. Never mind. I suck. That's fine. That's why we're training. What the fuck happened there? Oh jeez, fuck, you scared the shit out of me. Wait. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ugh. I got jump scared with fucking food. Oh fuck. Oh god. Well, I have food. Oh god. still rattled. I got jump scared by fucking by food. It smells good, actually. Take another break just to eat. What the fuck? That was actually a really good fucking streak I had. That's better than what I normally do. Fucking banger. I love that song. Good ass song. The way he just goes like, nuh-uh. Well, we're in hell now. Next. Neat. Did we get death yet? What the fuck? Oh, fuck. I kind of don't want to do this. Fuck it. Let's go. This song sucks even on hard. Fuck! Alright, that was my fault. Completely my fault. Alright, here we go. We're free. We're free. We're actually free. This is it. This is so free right now. I was worried about the mosh part so bad. Fuck. First fucking try we got through Mosh. Oh shit. I was actually I was so scared that I was gonna fucking lose it in Mosh section. I'm actually surprised I got that first try. Hmm. Hold on, I'm just checking something real quick. No, never mind. Oh. That one hit my head. And I had the propeller cap on. And it still hurt. I'm actually saving Close to Dover for last. Cliffs of Dover will be my break. Because that song is chill as fuck and it's not as hard as any of the other two songs. At least for me. What sucks is the ascending triplets though. God. Fuck.
Nice.
Shut the fuck up. Man, fuck it. Nice. 69 notes. My bad.
I can't remember anything. Can't tell if this is true or a dream. Deep down inside, I feel the scream. This terrible silence stops me. Now that the world is through with me, I'm waking up. I cannot see that there's not much left in me. Nothing is worth the pain now. Hold my breath as I wish for death. Oh, please.
After this and Number of the Beast, all I have to worry about is the boss battle. Because Cliffs of Dover is actually really calming after this.
Back in the room, it's much too real. In comes life that I must feel.
I need to focus.
To reveal. Look to the time when I live. Back to the truth that sticks in me. Just like a wartime novelty. Tied to machines that make me be. Cut this life off from me. Hold my breath as I wish for death.
For dick!
Please, God, wake me.
Sorry. As I wish for death. Please, God, fight me. Anyways, who said that? All right, let's go. Why did they chart that as all strums for hard mode? Okay, we made it. I'm actually surprised we got 4 stars on that one. Alright. This one is deceptively hard. No, I got this shit. I had to open my big fat mouth. I don't know what I was worried about. I'm vibing right now. We got this in the bag, baby. We got 2 last songs, technically. I'm kind of killing it right now. I don't know about you. I think I'm doing pretty good right now for someone who's only been playing for like a week. Now here's like a break song. Welcome back, Deadpool. Ah, shit. Alright, now we have to deal with some bullshit. I think I might have to turn off hyperspeed for this. Because, forgot how fast this is. I think I have it set to 2. So this is my old boss. He's kind of a dick. All right. The hyperspeed might be too fast for this highway. Yeah, this doesn't look too bad. I lost my fingers on the board. I missed anything important? I wouldn't say so. We played Cult of Personality. I sung to Muse. We met my boss. That is some bullshit. Fuck! Oh yeah, we went to hell because our souls are sold apparently. What? First try, let's fucking go! Shit.
The devil bowed his head because he knew that he'd been beat. He laid that golden fiddle on the ground and
China's feet. China said, devil, just come back if you ever want to try again. I told you once, you son of a, you're my best as ever been. Fire on the mountain, run, boys, run. Desert house with the rising sun. Chicken in the bread, down, being outdoors. Granted, this is don't buy no job, no.
Let's go. First fucking try. Nice. We're out of hell, boys. We're getting out of here. With whatever the fuck these are. Oh, y'all want to see some bullshit? Ball thieves! You beat Guitar Hero 3 on hard. Check this shit out. We won and we took his money, I guess. Anyways. Here's some bullshit. I don't want to see a bullshit. You know, fair enough. I was like, when this came up, I was like, fuck, right after I'm tired. The fuck are these images? I'm guessing staff. I'm gonna go shower. Good luck, soldier. Thank you. I don't know how the fuck I hit that. Ow. Like, did they have to make this like all strums? This is some bullshit. Fuck. Fuck. There we go. My arms are so tired, man. That's the longest streak I had on that. Ugh. Cool, we did it. It just stops there. Like, we're just thrown back here. Nothing else really happens. Well. What now? I beat the game. I guess I'll play Guitar Hero 2 now. Or 1. Alright, see you guys next time. Goodbye. God, I need to